For this video, I'll be playing an Angus Young Signature SG, courtesy of Gibson Guitars. To recreate the ACDC guitar tone in the studio, I'm simply using a Plexitone handmade distortion pedal courtesy of the Carl Martin Company. For the settings, I'm bypassing the boost control. Level is set just before the 10 o'clock mark, tone is just past 10 o'clock, high gain is set around 11 o'clock, and crunch is pointed to about 10 o'clock. When the drive is engaged, we have a tone similar to ACDC's earlier songs. When we engage select, the high gain kicks in, which works for all of the lead tones as well as their newer rhythm tones. Many of the songs also use a light amount of spring reverb. If you are running through an amp with high gain, set your bass and middle to about 1 o'clock and treble set just before 1 o'clock. TNT is tuned about a quarter step down from standard pitch. To remain consistent with the other lessons on this DVD, this lesson will be taught in standard tuning. TNT starts off with a very memorable rhythm that should be very easy for most beginners. The solo is basic but fast. Beginners shouldn't have a problem with the half speed, but working up to 3/4 and full speed might be a challenge. The song TNT starts out with an E5 power chord. Just combine the 6th string open with your index finger on the 5th string 2nd fret. And if you've been playing guitar a little while, you can also add the 4th string 2nd fret by barring your finger across the 5th and 4th strings. For beginners, this might be a little bit tricky, so you have my permission to cheat and play only the 5th and 6th strings until you get a little stronger. Strum down on strings 6, 5, and 4 to ring out the chord while the drums build up to start the song. When the verse starts, play another E5, then mute the strings. There are 2 ways to do this. You can lay the palm of your picking hand across the strings to deaden the notes. And as a backup, you can use your free fingers of your playing hand to mute the strings by laying them across the fretboard. If you do both together, you'll definitely get a good mute. There's an open G5 power chord. Place your middle finger on the 6th string 3rd fret, allowing the bottom of your skin to touch the 5th string, muting the string and preventing any notes from ringing out. As you strum this chord, you are also going to include the open 4th and 3rd strings. So with your middle finger in place, strum down on strings 6, 5, 4, and 3. Let the chord ring out, then mute the strings. The next chord is an A5, 5th string open, index finger on the 4th string 2nd fret, along with a finger bar across the 3rd string 2nd fret. Just like the E5, beginners can cheat and skip the bar for now. Just be sure to let the notes ring out, then mute the chord like before. While you mute the A5 chord, play the 6th string 3rd fret with your middle finger, a quick change to the A5 chord, then return to the 6th string 3rd fret and give it a slight bend. Just keep pressure on the note and give it a smear across the fingerboard. That makes up the chord changes to the verse. Again, it's E5, mute, G5, mute, A5, mute with the 6th string G note, A5, G, and bend, and then repeat several times. There are also some rhythm variations to the verse. Since there are 2 guitars in the mix, Angus and Malcolm Young often play slightly different rhythm parts. To enhance the E5, bar the 2nd fret as we learned earlier, but angle your finger to lightly touch the 3rd string. Since you're not holding the 3rd string against the fretboard, The strings will be muted and prevent any stray notes. Next, you want to allow the second and first string to ring out with the rest of the chord. It's a little tricky if you're just starting out. When you get to the A5 chord, you can make it an A chord by adding the second string, second fret to the finger bar. The rest of the rhythm remains the same. There is an end tag to each verse where you play the chords a little different. Play the E5, then mute, but when you change to G5, let the chord ring out, then switch to an A5, allowing it to ring out as well. Here's a practice run playing the verse at half speed. You can play along using the basic power chords, E5, G5 to A5, or you could play along using the extended E5 and A chord. Phrase 2 introduces the chorus, which simply uses the same chords in reverse. Start on an A5 to 6-string 3rd fret G note with a slight bend, and end on an E5 with a mute. Repeat this a total of 4 times. Again, Malcolm and Angus Young play slightly different rhythm variations. So in the second measure, you see some alternative chords that you can mix in. This would be an A chord, G note with a bend, and end on the extended E5 with a mute. For the end tag, play a double G5 power chord, mute, and then let an A5 ring out. There's a single note guitar fill that is played here as well. On the 3rd string, 2nd fret, bend the note a full step, which means you want to match the pitch of the 4th fret. This is a pre-bend that you will gradually release. You can bend this with your index finger, but beginners might find it easier to use the index and middle fingers to assist with the bend. Here's a practice run at half speed. After another verse and chorus, phrase 3 kicks off the lead guitar solo, repeating the 3rd string 2nd fret bend, release, then a descending scale run on the first string, 3rd fret with the middle finger, 2nd fret with the index finger, then open, to 2nd string 3rd, 2nd, open, to the 3rd string, pull off from the 2nd to open, ring finger on the 4th string, 4th fret, slide up 1 fret to the 5, then play the 3rd string open. While this note rings out, apply your ring finger to the 6th string, 15th fret, and sound it without picking, then slide down the neck. End with the 6th string open. Here's a practice run at half tempo. Phrase 4 jumps to the 2nd string 15th fret bend using the ring finger. Add some vibrato, then play a descending scale run starting with the index finger on the 1st string 12, back to 2nd string 15, down to 12, then 3rd string 14. Next is 2nd string 12 to 3rd string 14, pull off to 12. From there, bar the 14th fret. Pick strings 4, 3, 4. Play the 3rd string 12th fret with a bend and release, then up to the 14 with a bend and hold. While still holding the bend, the next phrase adds the 2nd string 12, 15, 12, then bar the index on the 12th fret and pick strings 2, 1, 2, and end on the 2nd string 15 with a bend and vibrato. Phrase 6 scale run starts on the 1st string 12, 15, 12 to 2nd string 15. Back to 1st string 12, 2nd string 15, 12 to 3rd string 14. 2nd string 12 to 3rd string 14, 12, then bar the 14th fret and play strings 4, 3, 4. To wrap up the solo, phrase 7 has us bend the 3rd string 12, then play 4th string 14, 12, 14 with vibrato, pick again, and slide down the string. Play the 6th string open, then 1st string 17 with rapid bend and release. After repeating the vibrato several times, slide down the neck on the 1st string, and end with an abrupt 3rd string open before repeating the chorus. There are several guitar parts that make up the climatic outro to the song TNT. Start with an E major chord, 3rd string 1st fret with the index, 4th string 2nd fret with the ring, 5th string 2nd fret with the middle, and the 6th string is open. Strum all 4 strings and let the chord ring out for 4 beats. Next is an F chord. Here the index finger is moved to the 6th string 1st fret, middle finger to the 3rd string 2nd fret, pinky is on the 4th string 3rd fret, and ring is on the 5th string 3rd fret. Strum the chord and hold for 4 beats, then move the exact chord shape up 1 fret to the F sharp. 4 more beats, then move up 1 fret to G. Moving the chord up 1 fret, the index finger is on the 6th string 4th fret bass note, making a G sharp note. Starting with this G sharp chord, we're going to play quicker changes, allowing each chord to ring out for 2 beats, then move up 1 fret. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. When the bass note, or 6th string note, is up to the 8th fret, each chord is now only held for 1 beat before moving the shape up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Around the 16th fret bass note, begin to rapidly strum the notes of the chord. When you run out of frets, keep the same chord shape and keep strumming the strings. These random notes are sounded through the ending of the song and often played in rhythms of 4 then 3 strum patterns. After a drum roll, the song ends with an E chord. Using the same rhythm as the last phrase, the outro has a second guitar playing higher pitched chords in phrase 9. The first chord rings out for 4 beats, starting with E, 1st and 2nd string open, 3rd string 1st fret with the index, and 4th string 2nd fret with the middle. Next is F, played by barring the 1st fret with the index finger on the 1st and 2nd string, 3rd string 2nd fret with the middle finger, and 4th string 3rd fret with the ring. From here, just move the same chord shape up 1 fret for each chord change, and follow the same rhythm pattern, changing to about 2 beats per chord when you get to the 4th string 6th fret bass note. Then 1 beat each when you get to the 4th string 10th fret bass note. Here's the outro rhythm at full speed. I'll play phrase 8, but keep in mind you can also play phrase 9 along with this as well. There's a lead guitar played over the outro chords. Hold the second string 5th fret with your index finger, and at the same time, bend and release the 3rd string 7th fret with your ring finger. This is called a unison bend because you play both notes and match the pitch of the 2nd string note by bending the 3rd string. Just like the chords for the outro, move this structure up 1 fret at a time. First for 4 beats each, starting with the 7th fret bend. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the next 2 measures, play each bend for 2 beats, starting with the 11th fret bend. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, we switch to moving up 1 fret per beat. Here the bending becomes a little random. Since the speed is increased, some of the return bends do not ring out. Keep moving up fret by fret until you run out of frets on the 3rd string. Then switch to rapidly pick single notes on the 2nd string. You can even go up beyond the fretboard for added sound effects. The song ends with random pick slides, pick scrapes, and random hammer pulls. Just about anything you could think of to make a noisy ending. After all the random playing, the band comes back together to end on an open E after a drum roll. The guitars on the original recording of Highway to Hell are tuned about a 1/4 step lower than standard pitch. To remain consistent with the rest of this video, this lesson will be presented in standard tuning. The rhythm work is a little more intricate in this lesson, as is the lead, which has Angus introducing more double note patterns and bends. The intrachords are A, D, and G. The D and G chords use an unconventional fingering, but once you get the fingering down, the changes are very easy. Starting with the A, the 5th string is open, Fourth string, second fret is held with the index finger. Third string, second fret with the middle finger. And second string, second fret with the ring finger. When you switch to D, the index finger moves to the sixth string, second fret. The middle finger stays on the third string, second fret. And the ring finger slides up one fret to the second string, third. When you switch to G, move your index finger to the fifth string, second fret. Your middle finger moves to the sixth string, third fret. And the ring finger stays put on the second string, third. Now let's look at the digital tab for phrase 1. And we see we strum the A 3 times. For this intro, it's very important to mute the strings. So play A 3 times, then mute. I use the pinky of my playing hand to lay across all 6 strings, and I also lay the palm of my picking hand across all 6 strings to reinforce the mute. Next, we strum D twice, G once, and mute. Repeat D twice, G, mute, and repeat. Then strum D once, and for the main ending, strum A twice. So altogether, we have A, D to G, D to G again, D, A. This intro rhythm is played several times, but for the last ending, before the chorus, we use an E5 power chord instead of playing the double A chord. For E5, play the 6th string open, 5th string second fret, and 4th string second fret. You can use individual fingers, or you can bar them with your index finger. There's a quick triple strum, then count in eighth notes. 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Phrase 2 is the chorus, which starts with an A major. Strum A again, then lift your fingers off the neck and strum the open 2nd, 3rd, and 4th strings. Next is a standard D, 1st string 2nd fret, 2nd string 3rd fret, 3rd string 2nd fret, and the 4th string is open. Let this ring out, then we'll strum 3 more times. Add your pinky to the 1st string 3rd fret for a D sus4, then back to D by lifting the pinky. This chord progression is repeated several times for the chorus. For the end of each chorus, just play the first half of the rhythm. A, the open chord, then the D. Guitar 2 plays a slightly different chorus, accenting lower tones, which we will call phrase 3. The A chord is the same. The open strings are the same, but the D chord includes the lower F sharp note on the 6th string 2nd fret. Hold this, then end with a G, back to D, and repeat. To bridge from the second chorus to the guitar solo, strum D 3 times. D sus4 3 times by adding the pinky to the first string 3rd fret. Lift it and go back to the single D chord, which rings out. Then strum D 3 times, D sus4 3 times, repeat, and end on D played twice. Phrase 5 starts off the guitar solo with classic blues bends. Bend the 3rd string 7 with your ring finger and bar the 5th fret with your index. Play the 2nd string, then 2nd and 1st strings together. This was repeated a total of 5 times. And by holding the 2nd string 5 while bending the 3rd string 7, release, then gradually bend again, being sure to let both notes ring out. In phrase 6, we start with the 3rd string 5 to a very subtle 4th string 7 that isn't picked. Then 3rd string 7, then 5 with a slight bend. Palm mute the 5th string open to 4th string, 4th fret with artificial harmonics and a bend and release. To achieve the harmonic, allow the tip of your picking finger to lightly touch the string as you pick. Next, drop down to the 4th string 2, then 5th string 3rd fret with a slight bend, then a palm muted open 5th string. Skip to the 3rd string 2nd fret with vibrato for phrase 7. Bend the 4th fret, and while holding the bend, bar the 5th fret, playing strings 1, then 2. Then, while the 4th string is still ringing out, return the bend and drop down to the 2nd fret with vibrato. Here it is all together. Play the 4th string, 5th fret with vibrato, then open with a palm mute. Bar strings 1 and 2 on the 5th fret, back to the 4th string, open with a mute, then bar on the 2nd and 3rd string 5th fret with the index finger and vibrato. End this phrase on the 4th string 7 with vibrato. We end the solo in phrase 8 with an artificial harmonic on the 4th string, 5th fret. 5th fret again, hammer to 6, hammer 7, then barring the 5th fret, play strings 1, 2, 3 to 4th string 7 with the ring finger, and gradually slide this up to the 16th fret, which puts your index finger right in place to play the 3rd string, 14th fret, give it some vibrato, then slide down the neck. As the chorus outro ends the song, we have a series of lead fills. Starting on the 1st string, bend 15, down to 12, 2nd string 13, to a quick 3rd string 14, and 14 again with vibrato. The next fill starts with double notes. I play this on the 2nd string 17 with the ring finger, along with the 3rd string 16 with the middle finger. Give it some vibrato, then while holding the same notes, pick strings 2, 3, 2. Phrase 10 continues the outro fills, starting on the 2nd string, bend 15 with the ring finger, release, bend again and hold while you play the 1st string 15 with the pinky, 2nd string 15 and release the bend, end by moving up 2 frets to the 2nd string 17 with vibrato and a slide. Next is a loud pick scrape, which starts on the higher strings and gradually shifts to the lower pitch strings. Then starting around the bridge pickup, slide down the 6th string to the 1st fret and back up to the pickups. Phrase 11 starts with a double note smear, barring the 12th fret on strings 1 and 2, and give the strings a slight bend. Next is a full bend on the 2nd string 12th fret to the 3rd string 14 with vibrato. The next fill starts off with the same 12th fret note smear, 12th fret bend to 14 with vibrato, then to the 1st string 12 with a bend, 2nd string 12 bend, release, 3rd string 14, and end on a 2nd string 12 with a bend and a mute. Bar the 12th fret and strum the 2nd and 1st strings with a downstroke, then hit the 1st string with an upstroke. Repeat. then bend the second string 12, release, third string 14, 14 again, back to second string 12, bend, and with the first string 15, bend and hold. The ending of the song combines several random sound effects. We have phrase 13 with first string trills. Hold the second fret of the first string and rapidly tap the 15th fret with the edge of your pick. After a series of repetitions, move the trill up the fretboard, first 13 and 16, 14 and 17, 15 and 18, and by laying your playing hand over the strings and with the edge of the pick, rapidly scrape the first 3 strings. As the vocals cue the ending of the song, the rhythm guitar keeps the D chord sustained first by strumming, then by pulling off to open notes and hammering back to the fretted notes, and even striking the body of the guitar. Switch from D to A, rapidly strumming the A chord. Let it ring out, then end with an abrupt A chord. The guitars on the original Dirty Deeds recording are slightly flat. For the sake of consistency, This lesson will be presented in standard tuning. The basic structure of the song is very simple and should be easy enough for most beginners. The solo offers a handful of great techniques, and at full speed should offer a challenge for advanced players. Phrase 1 of Dirty Deeds starts out with a simple E5 power chord, 6th string open, 5th string 2nd fret, and 4th string 2nd fret, which I play by barring the index finger across the 5th and 4th strings. Let the E5 ring out, then with your middle finger, play a 6th string 3rd fret G note. Go right back to the E5. Next, play an A5 by moving everything down one string, so that the 5th string is open, and you bar the 2nd fret on the 4th and 3rd strings. And go right back to the E5. Next is a D5, 4th string open, 3rd string 2nd fret with the index, and 2nd string 3rd fret with the middle. Then bounce right back to E5 again. The second guitar follows the same pattern, but in a different position on the neck. Start with the E5, then instead of a single G note, play the G5 power chord. 6th string 3rd fret with the index, 5th string 5th fret with the ring, and 4th string 5th with the pinky. And back to E5. Next, go up to an A5. Same fingerings as the G5, just 2 frets higher. 6th string 5, 5th string 7, 4th string 7. Then back to E5. Then play the D5 power chord on the 5th string, 5th fret with the index, ring on the 4th string 7, and pinky on the 3rd string 7. Then back to E5. Here's a practice run, playing each rhythm part at half speed. After the intro, the lyrics come in over a D5 to E5 rhythm. Malcolm Young plays lower notes by barring the index finger across the 5th fret of strings 6 and 5 and adding the ring finger to the 4th string 7th fret. This is often referred to as an inverted power chord. In this position, it is a D5, which we strum twice, then slide everything up 2 frets to an E5 and strum again. This rings out for 4 measures and is repeated. As a build-up to the chorus, the rhythm is now repeated every measure. After the 3rd repetition, there is a single D5, strum and mute by laying your hand across the strings, then strum E5 5 times. Angus Young plays the same chords for the verse, but a brighter variation. For example, start with the 5th string D5, index on the 5th fret, ring on the 4th string 7, and pinky on the 3rd string 7. Strum twice, and slide everything up 2 frets to E5 and strum again. Allow this E5 to ring out for 4 measures, and then repeat. The build-up to the chorus follows the same rhythm structure as before, quickly changing from the D5 to E5. After the 3rd repetition, play a single D5, followed by 5 E5 power chords. While holding this E5, sometimes the 6th, 2nd, and 1st strings are added to add a much fuller tone. Phrase 4 is the chorus to Dirty Deeds. Play an A5 and let it ring out for a full measure. Next, we accent another A5 to 6th string 3rd fret G note with a slight bend, and back to A5. Ending 1 has us playing a barred E5. Allow the 6th string to ring open, bar your index across the 5th and 4th string 2nd fret, add your ring finger to the 3rd string 4th fret, and your pinky to the 2nd string 5th fret. Let this ring out, then we'll add a quick change from E5 to D5 to E5. For these 3 chords, I'm avoiding the 1st and 6th strings. When we drop to the D5, the 5th and 4th strings are open, my index finger is on the 3rd string 2nd fret, and my middle finger is holding the 2nd string 3rd fret. Strum, and quickly switch back to the barred E5. Then the rhythm is repeated. A5, A5, G bend, A5, then ending 2, which is an open 6th string E5. Angus plays a similar rhythm for the chorus, but adds some higher notes from time to time. The A5 is the same, but instead of bending the G note, we play an open G chord, open on strings 4, 3, 2, along with the 1st string 3rd fret. For ending 1, we are playing a 2-note E5 power chord, 4th string 2nd fret with the index, and 3rd string 4th fret with the ring. Allow this E5 to ring out, then a quick change from E5 to D5, back to E5. For the D5, I'm playing the 4th string open, 3rd string 2nd fret with the index, 2nd string 3rd fret with the middle. Then the chorus is repeated. A5, A5, G, A5, and ending 2 has us play the open E5 power chord. The guitar solo begins in phrase 6 with double note bends. Bar your index across the 7th fret of strings 2 and 3 and rotate your wrist to give these a slight bend. Repeat, then play 4th string 9 with your ring finger, adding vibrato. As you lift your ring finger, you can detect a subtle 4th string 7th fret, followed by a 3rd string 9th fret string bend. Pick the 3rd string 9 again as you release the bend and pull to 7, adding vibrato. Play 7 again, then on the 2nd string, bend the 10th fret. Bar 7, playing the 1st, then the 2nd string, and hammer to 10. Phrase 7 is a percussive rhythm based on the 9th fret location. Palm mute all notes and start with the 4th string, then a harmonic on the 3rd string by lightly touching the string above the fret wire. Back to 3 notes on the 4th string, harmonic on the 3rd, add 2 notes on the 4th. Next, double strum harmonics on strings 2 and 3, then double strum on 3 and 4. Again, double on 2 and 3, double on 3 and 4, single on 2 and 3, single on 3 and 4, then a fretted 4th string 9th fret with a slide down the neck. For phrase 8, start with 1st string hammer pulls, 7, 10, 7, to 2nd string 7, 10, pull to 7, hammer to 9, pull to 7, 3rd string 9, pull to 7, 4th string 9, back to 3rd string 7, 4th string 9, pull to 7, end by barring the 9 and pick strings 5, then 4, and slide down the neck. Phrase 9 is a very aggressive string bend on the 3rd string 9th fret. Bend, release, then slide up the neck and down. There's a very subtle 4th fret bend that isn't picked and is the result of positioning your hand for the following phrase. Phrase 10 ends the solo with a repetitive series of 1st string pull-offs that ascend up the neck. Start with your ring finger on the 7th fret, pull to your index on the 4th fret, and pull to open. Play this a total of 8 times, counting in 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Move everything up 1 fret, pulling 8 to 5 to open, and play 8 times. Then continue moving up 1 fret at a time. So next we have 9, 6, open, played 8 times. Then 10, 7, open, played 8 times. Next we speed things up by repeating each group of notes 4 times. 11, 8, open, 12, 9, open, 13, 10, open, 14, 11, open, 15, 12, open, 16, 13, open, 17, 14, open, and the solo ends pulling 17, 14, 17, 14, and a bend on 17. Hold this bend, adding vibrato until the note no longer rings out. The rhythm guitar plays a B5 power chord during the lead. This is the 5th string 2nd, 4th string 4, and 3rd string 4. It rings out for nearly 2 measures, adding 3 open A5 power chords, then repeats. For the 4th ending, play the B5, then strum 3 D5 power chords, 4th string open, 3rd string 2nd fret, and 2nd string 3rd fret. Play it 3 times, then repeat the intro rhythm. Phrase 12 is very similar to the intro. E5, G5 to E5, A5 to E5. The difference is the end tag, a quick E5, D5, E5. To enhance what is being played during the outro rhythm, phrase 13 has us play a 5th string 7th fret E major chord in place of the E5 power chord. To do this, hold the 5th string 7 with your index, then bar your ring finger across the 9th fret on strings 4, 3, and 2. Give the chord 3 quick strums, a pause, then move the chord up 3 frets for a G. Then back to E major, strum twice, pause, then another, then up 5 frets, so your index is on the 12th fret for an A major chord. Play once, then drop back down to E major, play 3 times, then play the end tag, which is E, down 2 frets to D, then back up to E. Back in Black is an excellent guitar workout. It combines tons of great guitar techniques for both rhythm and lead. From full chords to power chords, staccato and double note lead phrases, and some string bends that will tear off your fingertips if you're not too careful. Phrase 1 gives a percussive count-in. Lightly touch all 6 strings with your playing hand, but do not press down against any frets. This will prevent any stray notes from ringing out. Come in with a steady 4 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, resting for 3 and 4. Skipping ahead to phrase 2, we come in with a quick E5, 6th string open, 5th string 2nd fret, and 4th string 2nd fret. Strum, then double mute the strings. By double mute, I mean lay your free fingers from your playing hand against the strings, and at the same time, lay the palm of your picking hand against the strings. Next is D5, 4th string open, 3rd string 2nd fret, and 2nd string 3rd fret. Play D5 3 times, double mute. Then we have A5, 5th string open, 4th string 2nd fret, 3rd string 2nd fret. Play A5 3 times, and double mute. For the first ending, we have a descending blues run. Middle finger on 1st string 3, then open, 2nd string 3, ring on 3rd string 4, index on 2, bend, release, and pull to open. The second half uses the same chords, E, D, A5, but for the end, we have an ascending guitar riff. Keep your index on the 5th string 2 to ring on the 6th string 4. Back to 5th string 2, then ring or pinky on the 6th string 5, 2, then pinky on 6, 2, then slide your ring finger up the 6th string 7th fret, and slide down. There are times when the chords sound fuller. To achieve this, you can play from E5 to a full D chord instead of just D5. Simply add the first string's second fret and you have a full D chord. You can also add to the A5 power chord by barring your pinky across the 5th fret on strings 1 and 2. Here's phrase 2 at a practice run of half speed. It's up to you if you would like to substitute the chord variations. Phrase 3, the chorus, starts with an A5, which I play by barring the 2nd fret on strings 3 and 4. The 5th string is open. A quick change to E5 by moving the structure up 1 string. From there, I play B5, 5th string 2nd fret, 4th string 4, and 3rd string 4. Down to A5, back up to B5. Then it repeats. The power chords are A, E, B, A, B. Next, place the ring finger on the 2nd string 3rd fret, along with 3rd and 4th strings open for a G5. Add the middle finger to the 3rd string 2nd for a D5. Then place your index across the 2nd fret on strings 3 and 4, adding the open 5th for an A5. By using this fingering, you can quickly change between chords. G5, D5, A5. Next is a middle finger on the 6th string 3 with a slight bend. Back to A5. Repeat this section. G, D, A, bend, A. Back to the first part of the rhythm. A, E, B, A, B, and repeat. And on a fuller G5 by adding the 1st string 3rd fret with the pinky. Strum 6 times, then strum D5 3 times. During the chorus, Angus and Malcolm apply texture by playing slightly different rhythm parts. Here, the first group of chords are the same. But the G5 is fuller by adding the 1st string 3rd fret, and the D5 is changed to a full D by adding the 1st string 2nd fret. The A5 bend A5 is the same the first time, but on the second run, switch from G5, D, to a full A chord by adding the 2nd string 2nd fret to the strum. Then return to A5. You can switch these subtle differences in and out to enhance what is being played. For the lead guitar solo, Malcolm Young plays a percussive background rhythm using the 6th string open along with fretted notes on the 5th string. For starters, we have a 2-string E5, 6th string open with the 5th string 2nd. Mute, then add the 5th string 5th fret to the open 6th string and strum down, up, down, and mute. Down to the 5th string 4th fret, strum down, up, down, and mute. Back to the 2nd fret for E5. Down, up, down, mute. Down, up, down, mute. Down, up, down, mute. Back up to 5, 4. Then the change up, E5 to A5, E5, A5. The A5 is the 5th string open with the 4th string 2nd fret. This muted rhythm is repeated, but on the last pass, Malcolm allows the chorus to ring out. To start off the guitar solo in phrase 6, palm mute the open 6th string, followed by heavy vibrato on the 5th string 7, another 6th string palm mute, 5th string 5 with vibrato, mute, then 4 with vibrato. Palm mute again, then back up to 7, 4th string 5, 7, 7 bend, release, pull to 5, back to 7 with vibrato, then palm mute a 5th string 7. Next is the same walk down, mute 7, mute 5, mute 4, then a 3rd string 7, pick 4 times quickly muting each note. Then a 5th time with a full bend and vibrato. Position your index finger on the 2nd string 5 to start off phrase 7. Ring on 8, back to 5, a muted note on the 3rd string, then the 9th fret with your middle finger and vibrato. 9 again, to 2nd string 8 with the index, 10, hammer to 11, pull to 10, pull to 8, pick 10, 8, back to 3rd string 9, mute, 9. For those muted notes, I'm relieving pressure from the note but still touching the string. Using the same hand position for phrase 8, play second string 8, third string 9, back to 8, up to 10 with the ring finger, and a bend, first string 10 with the pinky, letting this ring out while you bend and hold second string 10. Pick the first string, then second string and release the bend, pulling off to 8, then back to 10 with vibrato. Phrase 9 uses double notes on strings 1 and 2. First a mute, then a barred 8th fret, double pick third string 9, back to the barred 8th fret, second string 10, 8, 8 hammer 10 and bend, pinky on first string 10, back to second string 10, bend, release, and slide down. In phrase 10, play the second string 12, then double pick the first string 12. Second string 15 bend, 15 bend, 15 bend, release, bend, release, bend, 15 by itself, 12, third string 14 bend, end on 12. Phrase 11 begins with the ring on the third string 14 for a bend to the pinky on the second string 15, letting it ring out while playing another 14 bend. Third string 12, pre-bend 14, pick and release, pull to 12, bar 14, picking strings 3, then 4, to third string 12, 14 bend, release, bend, release, bend, release, and slide. Phrase 12 has us play third string 7, then 9, then an 8th fret bar on strings 1 and 2, back to third string 9, and a 10th fret bar on strings 1 and 2. Back to 9, then second string 8, hammer to 10, bend, hold the bend playing first string 10, second string 10, and release, pulling to 8, up to 10, end on third string 9 with vibrato, and slide. Bend the second string 15 with heavy vibrato to start off phrase 13. Next is a descending scale run from first string 12 to second string 15, 12, third string 14, back to second string 12, bar to third string 12, fourth string 14, and slide. Fourth string 7, 5, index up to third string 7. In phrase 14, position your index finger on the third string 7, middle on 9, and ring on second string 10. Play 9 and 10 together, 7 by itself, then 9 and 10 again with vibrato. For these double notes, I pick the lower string and finger pick the higher string. Next, play 3rd string 7 with the ring, 1st and 2nd string 5 with an index bar. Back to 7, and 7 again. When you play it all together, you want to allow the barred notes to ring out the whole time. 2nd string 5 along with the 3rd string 6 played together with the single 4th string 7, back to 5 and 6. 5 and 6 again with vibrato. End this phrase sliding your ring up the 3rd string to 16, middle on 15, index on 12, and then end with the 2nd string 15th fret full bend. The solo ends with phrase 15, starting on the 3rd string 9, 7 with the index, hammer to 9, then 9 again, along with the fretted 10th fret on the 2nd string, but you don't sound the 2nd string. It's just there for texture. Drop down to 7, 6, hammer to 7, 7 again, with the fretted 2nd string 5 for texture, 3rd string 6, 4th string 7, 3rd string 6 along with the 2nd string 5, 3rd string 6 in vibrato. End with a double note bend, pinky on the 2nd string 14, and ring on the 3rd string 14. Bend both strings, release, bend, and dig in with a pick scrape right down the strings. Angus plays a guitar riff towards the end of the song, starting with the 6th string open, pinky on the 5th string 5, pulled to 4, 2nd fret, 4th fret, to 6th string 3 with vibrato, back to 5th string 2nd, to 6th string 5 with vibrato, back to 2, 6th string 6, no vibrato, back to 2, to 7 with a slide down. Malcolm plays the same notes, but instead of adding vibrato to the 6th string notes, he adds a slight bend to the 6th string 3rd fret. The rest of the notes are the same. Phrase 17 uses the same frets as 16, but is played on the 5th and 4th strings. 5th string open, to 4th string 5, pull to 4, 2, 4, 5th string 3 with vibrato, 4th string 2, 5th string 5, vibrato, 4th string 2, to 6, 2, then 7 with a slide. Malcolm's part is similar, but again, no vibrato. Just before the outro, there is a break while an A5 power chord rings out. This is followed by a rhythm very similar to the lead guitar background rhythm. The difference is we start with a 3-string E5 chord instead of a 2-string. Then we play some harmony notes. D major 3rd, which is the 4th string 4 with the 5th string 5, strum 3 times. Then a C sharp minor 3rd, which is the 4th string 2nd fret with the 5th string 4, strum 3 times. Back to E5, strum down, up, mute, down, up, mute, down, up to the D major 3rd, C sharp minor 3rd, then the same ending as before, E5, A5, E5, A5. Just before the outro rhythm breaks on the A5 chord, Angus is applying vibrato to the 2nd string 15th fret. When the A5 is sounded, he plays the 3rd string 14 with a 1.5 step bend and a gradual release. Then 14 with vibrato. From here, stretch out with an extra finger and slide down the 6th string, then up, then down again. Move to the third string 9, pull off to 7, then 9 with vibrato. Drop down to 7, pull to 6, 6 again, then 7 with vibrato. 6 pull to 4, 4 again with the silent second string 5 for texture, back to 6 with vibrato. Double notes on the second string 8, along with the third string 7, bend, and end on the third string 9. Phrase 20 starts on the third string 9, pull to 7, 7, then 9 with vibrato. 7 pull to 6, 6, 7 with vibrato. 6 pull to 4, 4, 6 with vibrato. Move up to the ring on the second string, 15th fret with a bend. First string 12, bar to the second string 12, 15 bend, 15, 15 bend and vibrato, 15 bend, 15 by itself, 15 bend, 15 by itself, 15 bend with vibrato. Phrase 21 has us descend from first string 12, second string 15, 12 to third string 14. Second string 12, bar to third string 12, fourth string 14, slide, then move up to first string 15, bend, 15 with vibrato, and that wraps up the phrase. Phrase 22 starts with a bend on the first string 15. Next is 15, 12, 15 pull to 12 to second string 15. First string 12 to second string 15, 12, 15 pull to 12 to third string 14. Second string 12 to third string 14, 12, 14 pull to 12, fourth string 14, back to 12, fourth string 14, pull to 12, hammer to 4, and slide. With very heavy picking and vibrato, play the fourth string 12 several times. Phrase 23 fades the song out with a group of notes on the second string, 19 with a half-step bend, 17, 17 with vibrato, 19, half-step bend, hold and pick 19 again, 17, 17 with vibrato, 19, half bend and hold, 19, 19, 17. Repeat, 19, half bend, hold, 19, 19, 17. This is repeated a total of 6 times. As the song fades out, move your index to the second string 20, and middle or ring to 22 and bend, while playing the first string 22 with a free finger. and repeat till the song ends. Hell's Bells combines haunting arpeggios and rock-solid power chord rhythms. The lead break starts off with a bluesy double note feel and quickly escalates to a rock guitar solo masterpiece. At the end of the song, we are graced with an outro guitar solo that makes expert use of unison bends. Angus Young starts off the song with the main riff. For phrase 1, start by barring your index finger on the 4th string 7 and 3rd string 7, adding your ring finger to the 3rd string 9. With this chord in place, pick strings 5, 3, then 4. Lift the ring finger, exposing the 7th fret bar, and pick strings 3, 4, and 5. Drop the bar down to the 5th fret and pick strings 3, 4, and 5. Then play the 3rd string 7. For the first ending, play the 4th string 7, then the 5th string open. Repeat the riff. But for the second ending, play a C5 power chord. 5th string 3rd fret, along with the 4th string 5th fret. Strum, then drop your index finger down to the 5th string 2nd fret, while keeping your ring or pinky on the 4th string 5. This is a B5 augmented, so you play the C5, B5 augmented, then repeat the whole intro rhythm. To bridge to the verse, the first 6 notes are the same. Then double up on a G5. Index on the 6th string 3rd fret, ring on the 5th string 5th fret, pinky on the 4th string 5th fret. Strum twice. Next, switch to an open D5, 2nd string 3rd fret with the middle finger, 3rd string 2nd fret with the index, 4th string is open, and the 5th string open A is also played to fill out the chord. Next is a 5th string walk down, 3, 2, and open. Here's a very slow practice run, playing N1, N2, and the bridge to the verse. While Angus plays the main riff, his brother Malcolm comes in on ending 2 with the C5, B5 augmented, and a single open 5th string A note, which rings out. As the riff is repeated, Malcolm strums an A5 to start, then matches the C5, B5 augmented walk down. This repeats while the drums build up the intro, and Malcolm joins in with his variation of the main riff. Start with your index finger barring the 7th fret of strings 3 and 4 while adding the ring finger to the 3rd string 9. Start by picking open 5th string, 3rd, then 4th. Lift the ring finger exposing the 7th fret bar and strum strings 3 and 4 together. Pick strings 4, then 5, drop the bar down to the 5th fret, strum 3 and 4 together, then 4, then 5. Hold the 3rd string 7, then 4th string 7, and strum. 4th string 7 by itself, then the open 5th string. The rest is the same, repeating the riff alternating between ending 1 and 2. Here's a practice run of phrase 2 at half speed. For the verse, Angus plays the 5th string open, then an A5 power chord, 4th string 7 with the 3rd string 9. Lift the 9th fret, exposing the 7th fret finger bar, and strum strings 3 and 4 together. This is an inverted D5, and go back to the A5 again. So all together, we have the open 5th string, A5, D5, A5. Mute the strings, and move the structure down 2 frets, and you have G5, inverted C5, G5. Angus often adds vibrato to the last chord, while Malcolm allows this chord to ring out. Then both guitars play an open A5, move down to the C5, B5 augmented walk down, and repeat. After a few repetitions, Malcolm plays lower versions of the same chords to enhance the rhythm, holding a 6-string A5 power chord, 6th string 5, 5th string 7, 4th string 7. Play the 6th string, then strum 4 and 5. Lift the ring finger and you have a D5 with your index on the 5th string, 5th fret. Play with the pinky on the 4th string 7. Return the ring to the 7th fret and strum A5 again. Drop it down 2 frets for G5, C5, G5. Then open A and the walk down chords. The next change revolves around the D5 power chord. Barring the 4th and 5th strings with the index finger on the 5th fret, add the 4th string 7th fret with your ring and 3rd string 7 with your pinky. Start with a single 5th string 5th fret, then strum D5 on strings 3 and 4. By lifting your ring finger, you can strum 4 and 5 with the 5th fret bar and you have a G5 chord. Then return to D5 on strings 3 and 4. Repeat these chords, D5, lift to G5, back to D5, then double up on a full D5, a single 5th string open pedal tone, then drop down 2 frets to C5, move everything up 1 string for G5, that's a 6th string 3, 5th string 5, and 4th string 5. The next rhythm change revolves around an E5 power chord and an A5 inversion. 5th string, 7th fret, 4th string 9, 3rd string 9 for the E5. Lift the ring finger to expose a 7th fret bar and you have an A5 inversion when you strum strings 5 and 4 together. For the rhythm pattern, play an open 6th string E pedal tone, E5, A5 inversion, E5, then repeat the pedal tone, E5, A5 inversion, E5. Next is a pedal tone, double E5, pedal tone, then drop down 2 frets to D5, move the same fingering up 1 string for an A5, repeat the rhythm, but for ending 2, double up on a G5 power chord. After the verse, the main riff is repeated for the chorus. Let's play the chorus and verse at full speed. I'll play Angus's version, but feel free to practice both guitar parts along with me. Phrase 5 gives us the rhythm guitar that the solo is played over. Start with an open A5 power chord. That's the 5th string open, 4th string 2nd fret, and 3rd string 2nd fret. Repeat. Then play A5 to 6th string 3rd fret with a slight bend. Back to A5, 6th string 3rd fret to C5, 6th string 3rd fret up to D5. Repeat. And after the 4th repetition, play the bridge chords, which we learned in phrase 4. Phrase 6 starts off the guitar solo with double notes on strings 2 and 3. Start with your middle finger on the 2nd string 8 and ring on the 3rd string 9. This frees up the index to bar the 7th fret. Play the fretted notes, 7th fret bar, and hammer to 8 and 9. Pull back to 7 and slide down to the 5th fret. Play 7 again, but this time with the ring and pinky, and back to 5 with a slight bend. Ring to 4th string 7, down to the 5th fret, played along with the 5th string open, then hammer your ring back to 7. Bar strings 1 and 2 on the 5th fret, ring on the 2nd string 8, along with middle on the 3rd string 7, and a slight bend. Slide the ring down to 7 along with the 3rd string 7 with vibrato and a slight bend. Dig in for a deep pick slide to start off phrase 7. And follow it up with a slide down the neck on the 6th string. Switch to the 4th string 5, hammer to 7, and pick 7 again with vibrato. 4, hammer to 5, 5 again with vibrato. 2 and 4. 5th string open, 4th string 7 with the ring, 5 slide up to 7. Bend the 3rd string 7, and while holding the bend, bar strings 1 and 2 on the 8th fret. Pluck the 8th fret notes with your fingers. Pick 3rd string 7 again, bend, give it some vibrato, Now, while holding the bend, pluck all 3 strings at the same time in 4 pulses of 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then release, bend, release, and end phrase 8 with a final bend. In phrase 9, play the 3rd string 5 to 4th string 7, 7, back to 3rd string, and 2nd string 5 with a slight bend. Slide your ring finger up to the 3rd string 9, add your middle finger to the 2nd string 8, and play the notes together, giving them vibrato. This fingering leaves your index finger in place to play the 3rd string 7 along with the middle finger on the 2nd string 7. Play both with a slight bend. Next, play 2nd string 7 with 4th string 7, adding vibrato. Here, I pick the 4th string and I pluck the 2nd string. Play 3rd string 5, ring on 7, and slide up to 9. Play 9 along with 2nd string 8, and vibrato. Slide this fingering up to 3rd string 11, 2nd string 10, back to 11, then both notes played together with vibrato. For phrase 10, slide your index from 3rd string 9 up to 12. Your middle is in place for 2nd string 13, then ring on 3rd string 14. From this position, play 2nd string 13 with 3rd string 12 at the same time, and hammer the ring to 14, then play both strings. Again, 12 and 13 together, hammer to 14, then 14 and 13 together. Repeat one more time. Next, play 14 and 13 again, pull to 12, play 2 more times, 14 and 13, pull to 12. End phrase 10 with double notes on the 1st string 12 and 2nd string 13 played twice. Unison bends start off phrase 11 with your index finger on 2nd string 15 and ring on 3rd string 17. Play both notes, bending with the ring finger, repeat and hold. Play the unison bend a 3rd time, then dropping down 1 fret, 3rd string 16 with a half step bend, release, 14 with the index, and slide down the neck. Middle finger on the 3rd string, 14, 12, hammer to 14 with vibrato, index on the 2nd string, 13, to middle on the 3rd string, 14, ring on the 2nd string, 15, back to 14, back to 15 with vibrato, return to 14 with the slide down the 3rd string. In phrase 13, play 2nd string 15, 17 with the bend, pinky on 1st string 17, back to 2nd string 17 bend, 17 bend, play both notes bending the 2nd string, again with a bend, and release. With index on second string 15, hammer to 18, pull to 15, third string 17, back to 15, and slide down. Phrase 14 starts with a third string bend on 19, then a unison bend holding second string 17 with the index and 19 with a bend. 19 by itself, bend, repeat, then a rundown from the first string 17, second string 20, pull to 17, third string 19, bend, release, 17, 19, 17, fourth string 19, pull to 17, and on the second string 20 with a bend and a bend again. Phrase 15 climbs from the second string 20 to first string 17, 20, 17, back to second string 20, 20 with a full bend, hold the bend, pick 20 again, and release. Then 17, first string 20 with a bend, hold, pick 20, then release. Ending the solo on phrase 16, pull up from first string 17 to 15, drop down to 12, then play second string 15 with a bend, 15 natural, 13, third string 14, back to 13, add vibrato, then return to 14 with a slide down the third string. Phrase 17 starts off some outro lead guitar work. Ring finger, on the second string 15 with a bend. Hold and play first string 17 with a stretched out pinky. Back to second string 15, pick and release the bend. Add vibrato. End with 13 vibrato, 15 vibrato. This haunting bend riff is repeated. By the fourth repetition, slide down 13 on the second string, hammer a picking hand finger on the fifth string 12, and slide down the neck, followed by your playing hand on the sixth string 12, and slide down the neck. Drop down the fourth string 7, 5, 5 hammer to 7, add vibrato, 7 again with vibrato, slide down, third string 5, hammer to 7, vibrato, 5, and slide to rapid phrase 18. Unison bends start off phrase 19, holding the second string 10 and bending the third string 12. Release and pick 12 alone, then another unison bend, slide down the neck, up to a unison bend on 13 and 15, drop your ring to third string 14, 12 hammer to 14, second string 13, and third string 14, so both ring out, vibrato, and slide. Phrase 20 starts off with the same unison bends on 10 and 12, up to second string 20 with a bend, hold and pick 20 again, 17 hammer to 20, and bend, hold and pick again, 17, 20 bend, release, bend, and slide. Unison bends on the first and second string for phrase 21, holding 17 and bending 20. Repeat, repeat with vibrato. 17 by itself, sliding down to 15. Second string 17, 15 bend, release, 13, 15 bend, to first string 15, down to 12 with a unison bend on 15. Add vibrato. Phrase 22 begins with unison bends on 12 and 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, pick 15 and release. Middle on 13 to third string 14. Pinky on second string 15 back to 14, and on double notes, first string 12 with second string 13. Before the final chords of the song are played, there's a lot of intentional background noise. Take the edge of your pick and cut into the strings, gliding back and forth. As this builds up, hold the second string 13 with vibrato. Let this ring out, then end with an open A5, 6th string 3rd fret G, back to A5. Angus and Malcolm will at times play a variation on a rhythm. For example, in phrase 4, we learned a rhythm based around a D5. When you listen to the song, there are times that they will add extra strums or even pedal tones. The Young brothers will often play the same chords, but in different positions. While Malcolm plays the lower strings, Angus might play the same chords on higher strings. For the first part of this rhythm, we drop down to an open D5, which is held with the 2nd string 3rd fret, 3rd string 2nd, and 4th string open. Lift the 3rd string 2nd and play it open, and you now have a G5. The rhythm for phrase 24 has a 4th string bass note, then 2nd and 3rd string chords, D5, G5, D5. Repeat the 4th string bass, D5, G5, D5, 4th string bass, then a full D5, D5. To end, play an open 5th string A, then an open C5, to an open G5. These are a little tricky if you're just starting out. Position your finger so you are holding the 5th string, 3rd fret, but the bottom of your finger touches the 4th string, muting it so it does not ring out. But it doesn't touch the 3rd string, allowing only strings 5 and 3 to ring out. Move your middle finger up one string to the 6th string, allowing the bottom to mute the 5th string, and strum through to 4, 3, and 2, and you have a new variation of the G5. You Shook Me All Night Long begins with a distorted but mellow guitar intro with 2 distinctively different guitar parts. The song kicks in with signature ACDC staccato rhythm guitar. Malcolm plays a clever twist over Angus's open chords. Then the two come in together during the chorus, contrasting the verse by allowing several notes to overlap and ring out together. Angus uses very heavy pick approach on the guitar solo, which expertly covers most of the neck. Start phrase 1 with your index barred across the 3rd fret of strings 1 and 2. Play both together. Then with the ring finger, play 1st string 5, back to the finger bar. Double pick the 1st string, then 2nd string, then 1st string. From here, drop your index finger down 1 fret and play the 1st string 2nd fret. Place your ring finger on the 2nd string 3rd fret and pick. Skip to the 4th string open, and while this note rings out, move your index to the 3rd string 2nd fret so you're holding a partial D chord shape with your index and ring. Play these 2 notes, and with your middle finger play the 4th string 3rd fret, giving it a slight bend, then back to the partial D chord on strings 2 and 3. Next, play the 4th string 3rd fret again with your middle finger. Hammer your pinky to the 4th fret. Play the partial D again, then another 4th string 3rd with a slight bend, followed by the open note. The reason for these strange fingerings is to allow the notes to ring out and overlap each other. The next section of Angus's intro is exactly the same from the barred 3rd fret to the 1st open 4th string note. The difference is we end on a full D chord shape. 1st string 2nd fret, 2nd string 3rd fret, 3rd string 2nd fret. Here's a practice tempo of phrase 1 at half speed. And again at full speed. In phrase 2, we see what Malcolm Young is playing to accompany his brother's intro. Holding an open G5, First string 3rd fret, 2nd string 3rd, 3rd string, and 4th string open. This chord is played either by picking very lightly or even lightly plucking with your fingertips. Strum this chord 7 times, and strum only strings 2, 3, and 4. Next, play the 4th string by itself, then 2 and 3 together. Repeat. One more time, then the 5th string open. This sets us up for a full D chord. First string 2nd fret, 2nd string 3rd fret, 3rd string 2nd, and the 4th string open. Pause, then double up on the 4th string open, followed by a D chord. Triple pick the 4th string open, then a single 5th string open, back to the G5, double pick the 5th string, G5, double pick the 4th string, G5, and double on 4. Keep holding the G5 chord shape, but play the 5th string open, followed by the 3rd fret with a slight bend while playing strings 1, 2, and 3. Repeat, open, G5 with a bend, end with the 5th string open, then a full D chord. Let's practice it at half speed, then again at full speed. Angus starts the verse off with the full G chord. Pinky on the 1st string 3, ring on the 2nd string 3, strings 3 and 4 are open, index finger on the 5th string 2, and middle on the 6th string 3. Strum once, then mute by lightly laying your picking hand across the strings. Switch to a C, 1st string open, index on the 2nd string 1, 3rd string open, middle on the 4th string 2, and ring on the 5th string 3. Strum twice, and switch back to G, then mute. Next we have C, G, D, then mute. For the end, play a partial G5. Here you're not using the 1st string and 5th string. You want to use the bottom of your middle finger to lightly touch the 5th string, preventing any notes from ringing out. Strum twice, play D5, which is the same as the D, but eliminate the 1st string, and mute. Play a single G5, D5, mute, then repeat the rhythm. G, C to G, C, G, D, G5, G5D, and end G5 to D5. When Malcolm joins in on the verse, he plays slightly different variations of the same chords. In phrase 4, we see a partial G, strumming only strings 6, 5, 4, and 3. Next, we have a partial C to C5 and a partial G. For the partial C, the 3rd string is open, index on the 4th string, 2nd fret, middle on the 5th string, 3. Keep these fingers in place and add your pinky to bar the 3rd and 4th string on the 5th fret for C5. To switch to G, lift your pinky and move your index and middle to the 5th and 6th strings, adding the open 4th string when you strum. All together, C, C5, G. Next is the partial C to a partial G, also known as a G/B. Just drop your index to the 5th string, 2nd fret. The 4th and 3rd strings are open. Then a quick D5. Malcolm's ending is G5. Another G5, but only strings 4, 3, and 2. Then D5. And end with a G5, D5. This is repeated several times. Then there's an end tag, which bridges the verse to the chorus. Play the same chords up to D5. Then add a single 4th string pedal tone. Next we play a D sus4, which adds the 1st string 3rd fret G note. Strum twice, then D5 on strings 2, 3, and 4, another D sus4, and end on D5. Holding a full G chord, play the 6th string, then dig in and strum all 6 strings. On the 5th string, walk up to a C chord shape. Open, index on 2, middle on 3. Let this ring out while playing index on 4th string 2, then 3rd string open. Quick change to index on 5th string 2. Let this ring out while playing 4th string open, then 3rd string open. Single 5th string open, then a full D chord, followed by the same walk up on the 5th string. Open, 2, 3, 4th string 2, 3rd string open, 5th string 2, 4th string open, 3rd string open. Then repeat, going right back to the G bass note, then a full G chord. The first chorus runs right back to the verse, but the second chorus has a build-up on D which bridges to the guitar solo. Play D, then an inverted D5, which is the 5th and 4th strings played open, again D, D5, D, D5 a 3rd time, adding a D and a D sus4. Next is D5, D sus4, D5, D sus4, D5, D sus4 to a regular D, then a D5. Then build up on D, strum 6 times, then 7. The background rhythm for the lead starts out very mellow, muting the strings after each chord. First is G5, 6th string 3rd fret, 5th string 5, 4th string 5. Walk up on the 5th string, open, 2, then C5. Same as the G, but on the 5th string 3, 4th string 5, and 3rd string 5. Drop down 1 fret to B5. Next is D5 with a low A. 5th string is open, 4th string is open. 3rd string 2nd, and 2nd string 3rd. Walk back up to C, down to B5, then repeat. But after the walk up to C, allow the chords to ring out. Then switch to the chorus rhythm for the rest of the solo. Start phrase 7 off with the guitar solo on the 3rd string, 5th fret. Bend and release. Barring the 3rd fret, play the 1st string, 2nd string, pinky on the 2nd string. Pre-bend and release the 3rd string 5th. Down to 3, 4th string 5, 5th string 5. Phrase 8 has a descending scale run from the 4th string 5 to 3, 5th string 5 to 3 with vibrato, 6th string 6, then 3, skip to the 2nd and 3rd string with the 3rd fret bar, pick heavily, allowing your thumb and pick to touch the strings at the same time, causing some artificial harmonics. Give it a slight bend to the ring on the 4th string 5. 5 with vibrato, back to 3rd string 3 with artificial harmonics and a slight bend. In phrase 9, we slide the middle finger up to the 3rd string 7, index on second string 6, 6 with vibrato. Slide the same position up to the third string 9, second string 8, 8 with vibrato. Third string 9, second string 8, ring on 10 with a bend, hold and play first string 10 with the pinky, back to second string 10, and release the bend, end on 8. Phrase 10 moves us up to the third string 12 with the index, middle on second string 13, lift for 12, third string 12, to fourth string 14, back to 12. Ring finger up to second string 18, bend with vibrato, index on first string 15, second string 15, 18, pre-bend third string 17 and release, 15, fourth string 17, bar to third string 17, down to 15. For phrase 11, bend third string 17 to second string 18. Repeat, but hold the bend. Pick 17 again and release. Down to 15 with a slight bend. Fourth string 17, then bar so you can play the third and second string 17. Drop down to 15 on both strings. Fourth string 17, back to 15 on strings 3 and 2, and slide down the neck. Second string 15, pre-bend first string 18, 18 with vibrato, a half step bend on 17, actually it's a pre-bend and release, to 15, 17, second string 17, back to first string 15, to end phrase 12. We wrap up the solo in phrase 13 by bending the second string 18, bar the first string 15 to the second string 15, 18, pre-bend third string 17 and release to 15, slide up to 19 with vibrato, and slide down. Slide a bar up to the 15th fret, picking the second string, then the first string, second string, first string, half step pre-bend on the first string 17 and release, and end on 15. From the guitar solo, the song continues with another chorus, then an outro tag on the chorus. Play the G bass, then the G chord. Walk up to C, G/B, then strum D 3 times. Pause and strum again. Walk up to C, 5th string 2nd fret with a slight bend, then open, strum D 3 times, pause and strum again, play the same walk up, including the bend, then build up on a D5, 4th string open with the 3rd string 2nd fret. Strum the 7 times, then a D5 by adding the 2nd string 3rd fret back to the middle strings. Again, D5 with the 2nd string, then just the 4th and 3rd string, play the 6 times. While you're strumming that, you can switch your fingers into position for a D and end on a full D chord. Angus's intro guitar riff for Who Made Who defies human capability. It's a lightning-fast riff originally recorded using only hammer-ons. Malcolm also shines with an off-time rhythm for most of the song. For the solo, both brothers come in on the 1 count, and while Malcolm keeps a steady rhythm, Angus manages to cover the entire fretboard with lightning-fast licks. Angus also shines on the rhythm, arpeggiating both the chorus and last verse to the song. Phrase 1 begins with movable power chords, starting with the C5, index on the 5th string 3, ring on 4th string 5, and pinky on 3rd string 5. Strum twice, then mute. The rhythm can be a little tricky. Count 8th notes, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and strum on the and after 1 and again on the and after 2. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. Mute the first chord right away. 1 and 2. Then let the second chord ring out until the next measure. And 3 and 4 and. muting on 1, strum on and, mute on 2, strum on and riding out, and 3, and 4, and. The song starts with an intro on the C5 rhythm. Then when the band comes in, we mix this up with other chords. Starting on C5 for a total of 4 repetitions. That would be 1 repetition. Then you move the fingering to the A5, 6th string, 5th fret, 5th string 7, and 4th string 7. Apply the same rhythm. Strum twice, then release. The A5 is played twice, then drop down 2 frets to G5. Play this 4 times. Play it 2 more times, and then move back to the C5. Repeat the strum pattern a total of 4 times, then repeat the whole rhythm. From the C5 to A5, G5, back to C5. In phrase 2, we learn the main guitar riff. First, Angus plays a quick intro, holding a C octave, index on the 4th string 10. The bottom of your index finger should lightly touch the 3rd string, preventing it from ringing out. Place your pinky on the 2nd string 13 and strum through the 2nd string. Then bar your index across the 10th fret and strum 4 through 2 again, sliding down the neck. I'll demonstrate 3 different ways you could play the main riff. First, using all hammer-ons, which is what Angus played on the original recording. Hammer your index to 4th string 2, then your middle to the C note on the 5th string 3. Next is ring on the 4th string 3, back to C, pinky on the 4th string 5, back to C, 4th string 3, then C. This is repeated a total of 8 times and is played over the C5 power chord rhythm. Next, we move the fingering to accompany the A5 rhythm. Hammer the 5th string 4, 6th string 5, which is an A note, 5th string 5, back to A, 5th string 7, back to A, 5th string 5, back to A. This A riff is played a total of 4 times, then drop down 2 frets to accompany the G rhythm. Alternating between the 5th and 6th string, start on 2, then the 3rd fret G, 3, G, 5, G, 3, G. Then back to the C riff. Playing this with all hammer-ons can be a bit tricky. To get a similar sound, keep your fingers planted and pick each note. I start with the downstroke on the 4th string, then up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Apply the same picking patterns for the different positions. On most live performances, Angus Young will use this picking technique. A third way you can play this riff is by tapping the notes all on the same string. To do this, you have to hold the 5th string 3rd fret with your picking hand, and with your playing hand, hammer your index to 7, pull to 3, middle, pull to 8, pinky on 10, pull to 3, back to middle, on the 8 and pull to 3. For the A rhythm, your picking hand does not hold any notes. Just drop down 3 frets, hammering 4, open, 5, open, 7, open, 5, open. The G rhythm is the same as the C, but all on the 6th string. Hold 3 with your picking hand. Next, hammer with your fretboard hand on 7, pull to 3, 8, pull to 3, 10, pull to 3, 8, pull to 3. Then switch back to the 5th string for the C rhythm. Here's a practice run using the different methods. Malcolm's rhythm for the chorus hangs on the C5 for a while. Then it changes to a G5 with the same 8th note rhythm. This is played a total of 4 times, then back to the C5 rhythm. C5 a 3rd time, and then end tag, F5, G5, and a fuller inverted C5. You're barring the 3rd fret for strings 6 and 5, and this time you put your ring on the 4th string 5 and your pinky on the 3rd string 5. So we have F5, G5, C5. Angus arpeggiates his chorus chords. Start phrase 4 holding an open variation of the C5 chord. Index on 2nd string 1, 3rd string is open, middle on 4th string 2. Hold this chord shape, pick strings 4, 3, 2, then 3. Next, add your ring finger to the 4th string 3rd fret. By adding the F note, the name changes to a C5 sus4. Pick the same strings, 4, 3, 2, 3. Then repeat the whole rhythm. It's played for a total of 4 passes. The break uses full chords, starting with G, that's the pinky on the 1st string, 3rd fret, ring on 2nd string 3rd, open 3rd, open 4th, index on 5th string 2nd, and middle on 6th string 3rd. Strum G, then switch to an F bar chord, bar your index finger across the 1st fret of all 6 strings, middle to 3rd string 2, pinky to 4th string 3, and ring to 5th string 3. If you're just starting out, you might want to just stick with the power chords until you build up enough finger strength to play a full bar chord. So we have G, F, then switch to C. A full C chord is the 1st string open, index on the 2nd string, 1st fret, 3rd string open, middle on the 4th string 2nd fret, and ring on the 5th string 3rd fret. After C, we switch back to G and strum twice. Then repeat this section, G, F, C, G, G. Next, we switch back to the arpeggiated rhythm, open C5, add F to make it C5 sus4, C again, then add the F, picking the 4th string, 3rd string, and strum strings 3 through 1. In phrase 5, the rhythm behind the lead guitar rocks between an open A5 power chord and a G ghost note, meaning you do not pick the note. The A5 is 5th string open with an index bar on the 2nd fret of the 4th and 3rd string. The A5 comes right in on the 1 count to contrast the 8th note rhythm for the verse and chorus. To sound the G ghost note, just lay your index finger on the 6th string 3rd fret and follow it up with a downstroke on an A5. So as we start off, we have chord, ghost, chord. Next, we have 3 chords with 2 ghost notes in between. Chord, ghost, chord, ghost, chord. Let it ring out. then 4 chords with 3 ghost notes. Chord, ghost, chord, ghost, chord, ghost. Chord rings out. Repeat. The last time, play 3 of each. Chord, ghost, chord, ghost, chord, ghost. To end, play G5, down 2 frets to F5, back up 2 frets for an inverted C5 by lifting your ring finger and barring the 3rd fret of string 6 and 5 with your index, and your pinky is already on the 4th string 5th fret. Strum, put your ring finger back to play a G5, G5 again, then down 2 frets, and there's an 8th note buildup on F5 for 2 measures. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. For phrase 6, the guitar solo begins with first string pull-offs. 8, pull off to 5 to open, then 7, pull off to 5 to open. I use my ring and index finger for the fretted notes and repeat a total of 4 times. Then drop down in time with the rhythm. A5, then chord, ghost, chord, ghost, chord. Then repeat the whole section. Phrase 7 starts on the 3rd string 7, pull to open. Next is 10, pull to 7, pull to open. Played 4 times. Hammer to 5, give it a slight bend, slide up to 7, pull to open. I had to listen to a live recording for the next group of notes because they're difficult to hear on the studio recording. So on the 4th string, what Angus does live is he pulls from 10 to 7 to open, repeat, move to the 5th string, 10, pull to 7 to open, repeat, 6th string, 10, pull the 7 to open, then slide up and down the neck. Phrase 8 wraps up the guitar solo, holding the 3rd string 7 and tapping with the edge of the guitar pick. Start on the 17th fret, tap 3 times, move up to the 18th fret, tap 3 times, 19, tap 3 times, up to 20 and tap 8 times, up to fret 21, tap 3 times, up to fret 22 and tap 8 times. After the guitar solo, Angus arpeggiates the verse, starting with the same C5 to C5 sus4 that we played in the chorus. This is played twice. Next, hold only the 2nd string 1st fret and pick the open 5th string, open 3rd, and 2nd string 1st fret, back to the 3rd string. Repeat. Then switch back to the C5 sus4, picking strings 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, and repeat. Then back to the C5 to C5 sus4 rhythm. During the last chorus, there are some short lead fills along with some slight rhythm variations to sections we've already learned. Phrase 10 starts on the 2nd string, 20th fret with heavy vibrato. Then repeat the chord changes. Full G, F, C, G, G. Back up to the 20th with vibrato. Phrase 11 is a lead fill played on the second string 15 with an index bend to third string 17, 17 again with vibrato. Next is the second string 18 to first string 15, then 18 with a bend. First string 15, 18, second string 18 bend, and slide down the neck. For the remainder of the song, the lead guitar repeats the G riff that we learned earlier. The end for the rhythm guitar starts off with staccato power chords: G5, mute, F5, mute, C5, mute, then an open G less the first string, letting the chord ring out. The next three chords avoid the first string as well. You have the F, C, G, then a full open G, F we learned earlier, but only strum 6, 5, 4, and 3. C without the first string, back to G. The rhythm ends with full F, C, and G. Thunderstruck may be one of the greatest orchestrated rock guitar songs of all time. Starting with an unforgettable lead riff that continues throughout the entire recording, it's also layered with locomotive rhythm patterns and thunderous bridge and chorus rhythms. This song features two guitar solos that will have your fingertips begging for mercy, one near the middle and an outro that starts with fills and builds up to a blistering, full-blown guitar solo, packed with tons of bends and vibrato. Phrase 1 begins by sounding the second string open. From there, the rest of the notes are sounded with hammer-ons and pull-offs only. Index to the 4th fret, pull to open. Then the ring or pinky to 7, pull to open. Then repeat. You want to play this a total of 8 times. Then move up 1 fret, pulling 5 to open, then 8 to open, and repeat 8 times. To prevent unwanted notes from ringing out, I rest my middle finger of my picking hand on the first string and lay my thumb across strings 3 to 6. This way, only the second string can ring out. After phrase 1 repeats several times, phrase 2 continues to sound second string notes using hammer-ons and pull-offs. Hammer your ring finger to 12, pull to open, index to 10, open, 9, open. Not reflecting the rhythm, I broke this section into patterns of 3. The next group of hammer-ons is 10, open, 9, open, 7, open. Then 9, open, down to 5, open, 7, open. To wrap up this section, index to 4, open, middle to 5, open, repeat 4, open, 5, open, again 4, open, 5, open, and with 4, open. Then repeat all of phrase 2. Malcolm Young plays a very syncopated rhythm holding a B5 power chord during the intro and verse. The B5 is held with the index on the 5th string 2, ring on 4th string 4, and pinky on 3rd string 4. Palm mute the chord, and downstroke, then upstroke just the 3rd and 4th strings, followed by a downstroke on the 5th string 2nd fret B bass note. Play the middle chord notes again with a downstroke. Next is a downstroke on the B bass. Then downstroke on the middle strings. To wrap up the rhythm, downstroke on the middle strings, then up on the bass note. And again, down on the middle strings, up on the bass note. And repeat. Down, up, down, 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 up, down, up. Phrase 4 is played over the second verse. Start with a B5 on the 5th and 4th string only, drop down to A5, 5th string open with 4th string 2, and a quick change to E5. Repeat A5, A5 to E5. Then repeat the whole section. B5, A5 to E5, double A5, and on E5. There is also a very subtle overdub added for texture. Play B5, 6th string, 5th fret A, then E5. Back to the 5th fret, 5th 5th fret again with vibrato, drop to the open E by itself. Next is a subtle change. Instead of the B5, just play the B note with vibrato. 6 string notes, 5 open, 5, 5 with vibrato, open. While Malcolm plays the syncopated B5 rhythm, another overdubbed guitar simply plays a B5, which rings out for a duration and is repeated 4 times throughout the song. As the guitar parts build up, the band comes in with very aggressive power chords, a full B5, A5 to E5. All include the root, the 5th, and the octave. The next 3 repetitions start on A5, then repeat the B5, A5, E5 pattern. Phrase 5 is layered with Malcolm playing higher on the neck. For phrase 6, play a B5 up on the 6th string 7th fret, with the ring on the 5th string 9, pinky on the 4th string 9. Drop down 2 frets for A5, then up 2 frets for an inverted E5 by barring the 6th and 5th string 7th fret, and your pinky should already be in place for the 4th string 9. Slide down the 4th string. The second time, start on A5, up to B5, A5, into the inverted E5, but this time, let the 6th string 7th fret ring out, then slide down the 6th string. Repeat A5, B5, A5, then the inverted E5, allowing the 4th and 5th string notes to ring out as you slide down the neck. To do this, use your picking hand to mute the 6th string. The 4th repetition is similar. A5, B5, A5, but add to the inverted E5. 7th fret is barred, ring is on the 4th string 9, and move the pinky to the 3rd string 9. Sliding the ring and pinky notes down the strings. Phrase 7 gives us the chorus starting on B5 to A5. Malcolm plays the 4th and 5th strings open, hammering to the 2nd fret, then A5 to E5. Angus plays the same chords, B5, A5, but picks the 4th and 5th string open, and then picks the 2nd fret notes, instead of using a hammer on. End with A5 to E5. At the end of the chorus, hang on the B5 a couple of times. Then play the 3rd and 4th strings on the 4th fret, a single 4th string 2nd fret, then B5. Let it ring out and repeat. Phrase 9 shows us the rhythm behind the guitar solo. Double up on E5 to B5, palm mute strings 5 and 6 and strum open, 2nd fret, open. Play A5, then E5. Then repeat a total of 4 times. Next is a quick B5 to A5 and a mute. This is also played 4 times. Start the guitar solo in phrase 10 with heavy pick slides down the neck. Follow by tapping the edge of the pick on the 6th string and slide up the neck. Barring the 9th fret, play strings 3 and 4, then 3 and 2 with vibrato, and on a single 4th string 9th fret with vibrato. Drop down to 5th string 7 with vibrato, 4th string 7 with a slight bend, and end on 2nd and 3rd string 9 with heavy vibrato. Phrase 11 starts with the 3rd string, 9th fret bend, then a descending run from 1st string 7 to 2nd string 10, 7, 3rd string 9, 7, and on 4th string 9 with vibrato, and a slide down the neck. Palm mute the 5th string, play a muted note or an unfretted note, then 9, then muted to 4th string 7 with a slight bend, 7 bend again to 9 with vibrato. With a very heavy picking approach, phrase 12 starts on a 3rd string 9 with a bend, and hold, pick 9 3 more times, then release the bend, and play the next group of notes with hammer-ons and pull-offs. 7, 10, 9, 7, stretch to 12, to 7, 10, 9, 7. Next is 4th string 9, 3rd string 9 with vibrato, 7 with a slight bend, and on 4th string 9 with vibrato. Phrase 13 begins up on the 1st string 17 with a full bend, 17 natural, 14, to 2nd string 17 bend and release, 15, 17 bend, to 1st string 17, 14, to 2nd string 17, back to 14, then 2nd string 17 bend and release, 15, to 3rd string 16, then back to 2nd string 15 with a full bend. Repeat, repeat again, adding vibrato and a slide down the neck. Phrase 14 is an end tag which is played over the B5 to A5 rhythm. Start on 4th string 9 to 3rd string 7, back to 9, then 7 again, adding vibrato, 3rd string 9, 7, 9, bend, release, pull to 7, and end on 4th string 9 with vibrato. The rest is similar, but we're adding double notes. 4th string 9 to a bar on the 2nd and 3rd string 7, back to 9, back to the bar and 7 again with vibrato. 2nd and 3rd string notes are played together, a 9, 7, 9 with a bend and release, pull to 7, and on 4th string 9 with vibrato. Repeat this double note section a total of 3 times. Just before the outro rhythm, there's a quick guitar fill. 3rd string 9th fret, bend and release 4 times. Then pull to 7 and end on 4th string 9 with vibrato. To change things up, the outro chorus is played slightly different. B5, the 6th string, 2nd fret hammer to 4, then end on E5, and repeat. There are some guitar fills that are scattered here and there, playing 3rd string 16 to 19 to 2nd string 17, back to 19, pull off to 16, and slide down the 3rd string just a little bit. Next is the 2nd string 17, bend, 15 to 3rd string 16, back to 2nd string 15, bend and release, to 3rd string 16, 16 with vibrato. Phrase 18 gives us another quick fill, starting on the 2nd string 19 with a 1.5 step bend. 1st string 17, 2nd string 19, 17, 15, 17, 15 hammer to 17, and then 15 with vibrato. After a few scattered fills, a full outro solo begins with phrase 19. 3rd string, 21st fret bend, 2nd string 22, pull to 19, back to 21, bend, bend again. Next is a 3rd string, 21st fret bend to the 2nd string 19 that is repeated a total of 12 times. Phrase 20 bends 3rd string 21, release and pull to 19, to 4th string 21, 21 again with vibrato. 2nd string, index on 15, bend, 17, pre-bend and release 17, pull to 15, to 3rd string 16, pull and hammer on 2nd string 17, 15, 17, 15 with vibrato, and slide down the neck. Second string 17, bend, and then play the 1st string 17. Repeat this 2 more times. Pre-bend the 2nd string and pick both strings, releasing the bend, then move up to 19, then 22 with a bend, 22 by itself, then 19. Play again, and 2 more times. For phrase 22, play the 2nd string, pick and bend the 22nd fret 3 times. 22 then 19. Descend from first string 22 with a bend, 22 19. Second string 22 19. Third string 21 bend, release, pull to 19, and slide to wrap up. Phrase 23 ends the outro solo on the second string 17 to third string 16, back to 17 with a bend, to first string 17, back to second string 17 bend, to first string 17, then slide down strings 1 and 2. Rock and Roll Train combines decades of rock expertise. Everything you've learned to expect from Angus and Malcolm Young can be found in this guitar masterpiece. Starting with their signature staccato intro, inverted chords, finger picking, and slightly different rhythm pieces, the song escalates, becoming a canvas for Angus's lead guitar work, which is a constant presence from about the halfway mark all the way to the end of the song. Angus starts Rock and Roll Train with an A5 to D5 rhythm. If you free up your ring finger, you can easily make the quick change. So here, A5 is a 5th string open, with the index on the 4th string 2, and middle on the 3rd string 2. Strum strings 5, 4, and 3. By lifting your index finger, exposing the 4th string open, keep your middle finger on the 3rd string 2, but add your ring finger to the 2nd string 3, and you have the D5 by strumming strings 4, 3, and 2. The power chord pattern is A, D, and mute. Play another D5, lifting your middle finger, exposing the 3rd string open, and you have G5, which you strum 4 times. Add your middle finger to switch back to D5 and strum 4 times. And add your index finger to switch back to the A5, Strum 3 times and mute. Then repeat. Malcolm's rhythm uses the same chords, but with a slight variation. When you switch from A5 to the D5, add the open 5th string bass note for the D5 power chord. So here we have A5 to D, A, D, mute. This rhythm goes right in time with the G, but plays a full G chord. First string is the 3rd fret, 2nd string 3rd, open on strings 3, 4, 5th string 2nd fret, 6th string 3rd. Strum this 4 times. Then switch back to the D5. Sometimes the strumming will only be strings 4, 3, and 2. Other times you'll add the open 5th string. Always end on A5, played 3 times, and a mute. During the first verse, Angus switches from A5 to D. Play only the 5th string and 4th string for A5, but bar the 2nd fret on the 3rd and 4th strings. The reason for the bar is to allow a quick change by adding your middle finger to the 2nd string 3. The bar is in place to hold the 3rd string 2, and your ring is added to the 4th string 4. For this D chord, strum only strings 4, 3, and 2. The first half of the rhythm is A5, D, A5, D, D, and mute. The second half is A5, D, A5, D, A5, and mute. During the second verse, Malcolm plays an A5 to an inverted D5. To do this, I use my index finger for A5, strumming only strings 5 and 4. Then I lift it, exposing the 4th string open while adding the 3rd string's 2nd fret. You want to strum strings 5, 4, and 3. So the structure is the same that we learned earlier. A5, D, A5, D, D, mute. The second half is A5, D, A5, D, A5, and mute. Phrase 3 is the finger-picked bridge, which starts on a D5. Pluck or finger-pick strings 2, 3, and 4. Add your index to the 4th string's 2nd fret, along with your middle finger on the 3rd string's 2nd, and pluck those strings twice. Switch to the 2nd string 1st fret and 3rd string open. Pluck this once. Next is the 3rd and 4th strings open, pluck twice. For the first 3 endings, play the 4th and 5th strings on the 5th fret. This is an inverted G5, which rotates to a D5 on the 4th string open with the 3rd string's 2nd fret. Back to the inverted G5, then D5. The fourth repetition starts out the same, but the fourth ending is an open G5, that's the third and fourth strings played open, hammer to the third string second, then add the second string 3 and play a D5. Next, rotate between the open G5 to D5. This change is played a total of 5 times. Then end by plucking D5 3 times. During the bridge, Malcolm plays a different rhythm on the 4th and 5th strings. First, open, then add the 4th string 2nd fret for an A5, pluck twice. Next, add the 5th string 3 and you have a C shape, pluck once. Then bar your index finger on the 5th fret for an inverted G5. Pluck this twice. For the first 3 endings, play the barred G5, hammer your ring to the 4th string 7, then alternate by plucking this D5, G5, D5. Here it is again. Repeat a 3rd time. The 4th repetition starts the same, ending is the inverted G5 on the 5th fret to a double D5. Next we alternate between G5 and D5, playing the change 5 times. And end playing D5 3 times. The chorus uses the same chords as the verse. A5 to D, A5 to D. The difference is you let these chords ring out, then strum D 3 more times, then an open inverted D5, 4th and 5th strings open. Next is an open G5, played with the middle finger on the 6th string 3, muting the 5th string with the bottom of your middle finger. 4th string is open, 3rd is open, and the ring is on the 2nd string 3rd. Strum 4 times. Switch to the D5 with the A bass, strum 4 times. Switch to A5 and strum 3 times. Then repeat the rhythm. On the last repetition, let the A note ring out a little bit longer. Start the guitar solo in phrase 6 with a pick scrape down the strings. Then follow up with a cutting motion on the middle strings, moving back up the neck. The first fretted note is on the 3rd string 7 with a bend. Next is 3rd string 5 to 4th string 5. Repeat 3rd to 4th, then 4th string 7 with vibrato, and slide up and down the neck. For phrase 7, play double notes on the 2nd and 3rd string 5, then 3rd string 7 fret bend, bend again, and hold, and add vibrato. Next, bend 7, release, pull to 5, and end on 4th string 7 with vibrato. Phrase 8 starts by barring the 2nd and 3rd string 5th fret and adding a slight bend, up to 3rd string 7, middle on 9. Keep your middle on 9, allowing you to pivot your index to the 2nd string 8, back to 9, to ring on the 2nd string 10, back to 9, and 2nd string 8. Stretch your ring up to 12, give it a half bend, 2 more quick half bends, and then drop down from 12 to 10 with vibrato. For phrase 9, position your middle finger on the 2nd string 12 and your index on the 3rd string 12. Pick both strings, giving the 2nd string a half step bend. Do not bend the 3rd string, so to do this, I bend the 2nd string downwards. Play this 4 times. Ring up to the 2nd string 15 with a quick bend, release, and pull to 13. Middle of the 3rd string 14. 14 held with vibrato, and end with a long slide down the neck. After a long pause, phrase 10 comes in with double notes on the 2nd string 13, played along with the 3rd string 12. to a quick 3rd string 14 with vibrato, fret the 5th string 12, and slide down the neck. In place of the finger-picked section, the last bridge starts with an 8th note rhythm. For all of the notes, the 5th string is played open. Start by adding the G on the 4th string 5th fret. Strum this 5 times. Then drop down to F sharp on the 4th string 4th fret. Strum 4 times. Then drop down to the 4th string 2nd fret, making it A5, and this is played 7 times. The sheet music separates the changes, but don't let that influence the rhythm, which is a steady 8th note rhythm counting 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. There is another guitar that comes in at the end of this section holding an open G5. First, play the 6th string 3rd fret G bass note, then strum the chord. Next is another G5, and a quick change to D5 with the open A bass note on the 5th string. Strum again, then a quick change to A5, strumming 3 times. There are a lot of short rock and blues guitar fills over the last bridge. Starting with phrase 12 on the 1st string, bend the 10th fret to 8, to 2nd string 10 with vibrato, down to 8 with a bend. Next is a classic blues riff, middle on the 3rd string 7 with a bend, to a finger bar on the 2nd string 5, then 1st string 5, back to the 2nd string, then up to the 2nd string 8 with a full bend and vibrato. Phrase 13 bends the 2nd string 13 and holds it with very long vibrato. After a pause, move up to 15 with a bend, release, 13, then 15 with a full bend, vibrato, 1st string 12, then 2nd string 13 with a quick bend and mute. A simple two-note riff starts off phrase 14. Bend the third string 12, hold the second string 10 with vibrato. Repeat and mute. Come in with a third string rake or a muted note to second string 10, 13, 13 bend, 13 bend. In phrase 15, bar the first string 10 to second string 10. Ring on the first string 13 with a bend. Next, we have a chromatic walk down on the first string 13, 12, 11, 10, back to 12, to second string 13, 10, then switch between the third string 12 and the second string 10, 12, 10 again with vibrato. End on the second string 13 with a bend. Phrase 16 has a quick change from the second string 13 to third string 14 with vibrato. Then bar the first and second string 13, give it a slight bend and a mute. Move the bar up to the 17th fret, play the first string, second string, first string 20 with a bend, 20 with vibrato, 17, then 19 half bend, release to 17. To wrap up the lead fills, phrase 17 starts on the first string 20, bend, 20 by itself to 17, second string 20 with a bend, hold, add vibrato, and slide down the neck, also allowing your index finger to graze the other strings as you slide. The lead guitar continues to play over the final chorus of the song. Start by grinding the edge of your pick against the strings, then second string 20 with a gradual bend, 20 with a quick bend, and vibrato. Phrase 19 comes in with a train crossing sound effect by fretting the first string 15, then second string 17. Repeat, then drop down to the second string 15 with a bend, release, 13 to third string 14 with vibrato. Second string 13 half bend, 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 to first string 15 with a full bend, and slide down the neck. Phrase 20 starts with a ring finger bar from first string 15, then second string 15. Index on first string 12, middle on second string 13, to pinky on 15, then ring on third string 14. First string 12, second string 13 bend. With an upstroke of the pick, rake the first string 12, second string 13, third string 14 with vibrato and a slide. Phrase 21 begins on the second string 17, bend, 15 hammer to 17, 13 hammer to 15, 13, 15, 15, 15 again, to 13 with the middle, add the third string 12, move the shape up so the middle is on the second string 15 and the index is on the third string 14. Play both notes with the bend and release, 14, then 14 with vibrato on the third string. Play phrase 22 on the second string 15 with the ring, bend, with the pinky play the first string 15, then bend the second string 15. Repeat this a total of 6 times. Next is first string 15, pre-bend second string 15, pick and release, play 13, then first string 15 with a full bend. Phrase 23 ends the solo and the song with a descending run on the first string. 15, 14 with a half bend, 15, 14, hammer pull 12, 14, 12 to second string 15, first string 12, second string 13, first string 14, half bend, 12, second string 12 with a half bend, and on the third string 14 with long, heavy vibrato.
For Those About to Rock begins with a haunting intro layered with a mellow rhythm, maintaining a steady rock feel through the first guitar solo. The band breaks for a final chorus, which turns into a string-bending frenzy as an already heavy song picks up the pace with the outro rhythm and lead guitar riffs. Phrase 1 gives us a guitar intro which uses double notes or harmony shapes, which are sprinkled with drone notes on the 3rd string 12th fret. For the whole phrase, keep your middle finger on the 3rd string 12. For the first shape, place your index finger on the 1st string 10. To match the original recording, I suggest plucking the 2 notes with your fingers. I use the index finger and the middle finger. Play both notes together, then double up on 3rd string 12th fret drones. Repeat this for a total of 4. Then switch to 1 chord, 1 drone, 1 chord, 1 drone. Add your ring finger to the 2nd string 13, playing 1 chord, 2 drones, and repeat. Add your pinky to the 1st string 14, playing chord, drone, chord. Then switch to your ring finger on the 1st string 12, playing chord, 2 drones, 1 chord, 1 drone, 1 chord, 1 drone. Then repeat the whole phrase. After several repetitions, there's a build-up on the last shape. Repetitions, Malcolm comes in with a B5 power chord, 5th string 2nd fret, 4th string 4, and 3rd string 4. Then holding only the 5th string 2nd, pick the 5th, 4th string, and 3rd string open, followed by a 6th string 2nd fret with a slight bend, then an E5, 6th string open with the 5th string 2nd fret. So bend, and play E5. Each repetition slightly varies. On the next pass, start with B5, pause, then play a partial G chord, ring on the 2nd string 3rd, open 3rd and 4th strings. Your index should be on the 5th string 2nd fret, and strum. Then switch to an inverted D, leaving your ring on the 2nd string 3rd, add your middle to the 3rd string 2nd, open 4th, 5th, index on the 6th string 2.
strum, then switch to E5. This time you're adding the octave on the 4th string 2nd fret. On the 3rd pass, start with B5, then drop it down to A5. 5th string open, 4th string 2nd fret, 3rd string 2nd fret. Next, hold only the 5th string 2nd, but strum it with the 4th string open, followed by the 4th string and 3rd strings open, then the 3rd and 2nd strings open. Switch to the 6th string 2nd, giving it a slight bend while picking it with the 5th string open. Then strum the open 5th and 4th, and the open 4th by itself, followed by an E5. The 4th change is B5 to A, then the same partial G, inverted D to E5. As with many songs, when both guitars come in, Angus and Malcolm play similar parts, but add several variations and fills. This exercise teaches a structure along with many changes that you will hear in their playing. Start with B5 to A5, then holding only the 5th string 2nd fret, strum it with the open 4th and 3rd strings, play the 4th string by itself, then strum the chord again. This is a partial G chord, by the way. Next is the 6th string 2nd fret with a bend, drop down to an E5. Sometimes the E5 includes the octave on the 4th string 2nd fret, but in this case, it's just the 6th and 5th strings. Next, we have a fill that Angus repeats several times throughout the song. Bar the 7th fret on strings 4 and 5. Then play the 6th string 10, back to the 5th string 7, and with your ring and pinky, play the 9th fret on strings 3 and 4. Give it some vibrato, then another rhythm variation. Play B5 to A5, strum the partial G, and pick the 4th string open, 3rd string open, 6th string bend, and E5. The fill in this section has us sliding our index up to the 4th string 9, then playing double notes, ring on the 3rd string, 11th fret, and pinky on the 2nd string 12. Strum it twice, and slide the 4th string 9 back down the neck. These notes that make up the fills, by the way, are the same notes found in an E5 power chord, so it's very appropriate that it would fit this section. Another subtle change is to play B5 to A5, pick out the notes to the partial G, 5th string 2nd, 4th string open, 3rd string open, to the bend on the 6th string 2, then E5. The fill here is the 3rd string open, played with the 4th string 2nd. Then the 4th string open by itself, then the 3 open and 4-2 again. Follow this up by strumming the open strings 3, 2, and 1. Next, we have a variation which leads the listener to the verse of the song. Play the B5 to A5, then a fill on the 6th string. Open, 2 slide to 3, 2, 3, 2 with the bend, then E5. Here are all the parts with a slow practice tempo. Starting on a B5 power chord, slide up the neck while keeping pressure against the strings. Next, hold a D5 power chord, adding a low 5th string A. Strum it 3 times, play A5, then mute, A5 again, switch to E5. Play an open G5, middle finger on the 6th string 3, using the bottom of your middle finger to mute the 5th string. Add the open 4 and 3rd string. Then switch back to E5. Then repeat. You've already learned the chorus in phrase 3, but it's repeated with the vocals throughout the song. Also, Angus strums a few extra chords while Malcolm plays the variations we've already learned. Start with B5 to A5, strum the inverted D, switch to G, strum that 3 times. You're adding the 6th string 3rd fret here. Back to the inverted D, then E5, and repeat. Here we play an A major chord. The 5th string is open, barring the 2nd fret with an index on strings 4, 3, and 2. Strum once, hammer your middle finger to the 2nd string 3, and ring finger to the 4th string 4. This new shape gives us another inverted D chord with a low A. After the hammer-ons, strum this chord including the 5th string open 3 times. Lift your ring and pinky and strum the A again. Play 3 open 5th string A notes. Then play a G sus2. 1st string 3rd, 2nd string 3rd, open on strings 3, 4, and 5. Strum this 4 times. Strum D5 with the open 5th string. Then 2 open 5th string notes. Then repeat. Repeat a 3rd time. Then there's a slight change. The A hammer to D rhythm is the same, but when you drop from D to A, play only 2 open 5th string A notes. Hold a full G chord. 1st string 3rd, 2nd string 3rd, open on strings 3, 4, index on 5th string 2nd, and middle on 6th string 3rd. Play the G note by itself, then strum the full chord. Switch to a D chord, 1st string 2nd, 2nd string 3, 3rd string 2, and the 4th string open D note. Play the D by itself, then strum the chord. Then repeat this section. is a practice run playing both sections at half speed. The guitar solo begins in phrase 7 with a second string 10th fret bend with a long hold. First, give it some vibrato, then stagger picking in sections of 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A little quicker. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, release, bend, and slide. Phrase 8 drops down to second string 8 with a gradual bend, release, bend, release, then a quick bend, release, bend, release. Next is a descending run starting on the first string 5 to second string 8, 5, third string 7, back to 5, third string 7 bend, release, 5 to fourth string 7 with vibrato. In phrase 9, play the fourth string 5, 5 again, then 7 with artificial harmonics and vibrato, third string 7, bend, release, and pull to 5, return to 7 with vibrato. The next section repeats 5 times. Start with an upstroke of the pick on the third string 7 with a bend, then a downstroke on the second string 5, followed through with a downstroke on the first string 5. Both notes are held with the index finger bar. Upstroke on the second string 8, downstroke on second string 5. Put it all together and play 5 times. left off. 3rd string, 7th fret bend, barred 2nd string 5 and 1st string 5, then a double string bend, pinky's on the 2nd string 7, ring is on the 3rd string 7. Play both notes, bend, release, then move your ring up to the 2nd string 13 for a bend, 13 natural, then 10 with vibrato. Phrase 11 gets a lot of use out of just a couple of notes. On the 2nd string, index on the 10, then with the half-step bend on the 12th fret, release and pull to 10. 12 with a half-step bend, 12 with a more gradual half-step bend, 12 half bend, 10, 12 half bend, then 1st string 12, back to 2nd string 12, pre-bend, pick and release, then slide down the neck. Phrase 12 starts off with a pull-off, which is hardly audible. Ring on the 2nd string 13, pull to 12, pull to 10. Bend 13, 13 natural, 13 bend, release, pull to 10. Next bend 13 to 1st string 10 for a total of 5 repetitions. End on the 2nd string 13, bend with vibrato. Phrase 13 starts on the 2nd string, 13th fret with a bend, release and pull to 10. Then 12th fret with a half bend, gradual release, 10 with vibrato, 3rd string 12, back to 10 with vibrato. Repeat 10 to 3rd string 12 with a half bend, back to 10 and slide down the 2nd string. Third string 12 to 2nd string 12 with a half bend, release, back to 3rd string 12, 12 with vibrato, 4th string 14 pull to 12, 5th string 15, back to 4th string 12 with vibrato. Drop down to 10 with artificial harmonics and a slight bend to 5th string 12, pick 3 times with artificial harmonics, and end with vibrato. To end the solo, in phrase 15, we palm mute the 5th string 10, 6th string 12, then 10, followed by a quick stretch to the 1st string 15 with a gradual bend, 15 bend again, 15 natural, 15 with a full bend, and rapid vibrato, release and slide down the neck. The verse after the guitar solo leads to a chorus with a rhythm break. Play B5 and mute. Strum G, G, inverted D, followed by an A5. Repeat a couple more times. On the fourth rep, play B5, then mute, strum 6 Gs, then A5 6 times. Next, we play B5 with triplets. Play it 4 times, counting 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a. Play another 3 B5s, then G, G, inverted D to A5. This rhythm repeats for the rest of the song. There's one more rhythm change that we haven't learned yet, but it uses chords we are already familiar with. G, G, inverted D to A5. This is played 3 times. Next, we rapidly pick a descending chord progression, starting with B5, switch to A5, switch to the 6th string G5, that's a 6th string 3, 5th string 5, and 4th string 5, down 1 fret to F sharp 5, and then to E5. Then let the E5 ring out, then play a B5 and slide up the neck. We begin some lead guitar fills with phrase 18. Come in with unison bends, holding the 2nd string 8 with your index and bending the 3rd string 10 with your ring. Repeat, then drop the same finger placement down to 7 and bend 9, then down to 5, bending 7, and slide down the neck. This is repeated again. Then move up to unison bends on 15 and 17. Repeat. Then move the fingering to the first string 14 and bend 17, down to 12, bending 15. In phrase 19, we have unison bends holding the second string 15 and bending 17 on the third string. This is played 6 times. Drop down to 14, bending 16, and repeat 5 times. Down 2 frets and bend 14, then double pick 12. Repeat. Repeat. Start off with some pick scrapes on the higher pitched strings. Cut down and up with the edge of the pick while slightly moving away from the bridge. Then the unison bends from phrase 18. 8 bend 10. Again. Drop down to 7 and 9. Drop down to 5 and 7. For phrase 20, play the 5th string 12, hammer to 14, and give it heavy vibrato. Pick a few more times before sliding down the neck. Return to the unison bends on 2nd string 12, bending 3rd string 14. Repeat to 1st string 10, bending 13, up to 12, bend 15. The next phrase repeats very similar passages. For phrase 21, bend 3rd string 9, hold and pick 9, 9 again, and slide down, up to 14, bend, pick again, and slide. Repeat this section. Then 9, bend, hold and pick 4 times, adding vibrato and slide. Move to 14, bend, hold and pick 4 times, and slide. Ending the lead fills, we have phrase 22 playing the 4th string 7, hammer to 9 with vibrato, 9 again with vibrato, to 3rd string 9, bend, release, pull to 7, to 4th string 9, 9 with vibrato. After the lead fills help pick up the pace, phrase 23 starts off a full-blown guitar solo, playing 3rd string 14 with a bend for a total of 6 reps. Next, bend 14, then run down from 2nd string 12, 3rd string 14, pull to 11, and on 4th string 12. Next is 3rd string 11, hammer to 14, pull to 11, and then 4th string 12. Play this 4 times. To end the phrase, hammer 3rd string 11, 14, pull to 11, then stretch to 5th string 14, 14 again. For phrase 24, bend 3rd string 9, bar 1st string 7 to 2nd string 7, 3rd string 9, 2nd string 10 pull to 7, back to 3rd string 9, to 2nd string 7 slide down to 5, 3rd string 7, 7 again, 4th string 9, mute, 9, mute, down to 7, with a gradual bend and release. Using heavy vibrato, pick 3rd string 16 4 times. A quick 2nd string 15, then back to 4 more 3rd string 16s with vibrato. Pre-bend the 2nd string 15, 15 natural, 15 pre-bend, 17, then 3rd string 16, back to 2nd string 15, 17 bend, and 17 with the pre-bend. Phrase 26 starts off with a pre-bend on the 2nd string 17, pick and release, pull to 15, next bend 17 to 1st string 17. Play this 7 times. Bend 2nd string 17 with vibrato, bend 17 again, release and pull to 15, 17, 15, and with heavy vibrato on the 3rd string 16, 16 again. Phrase 27 has us on the 1st string 15 with a bend, hold the bend and pick again, release the bend to half, then 15 natural to 14, to 2nd string 15, 17 bend, release, 15, 17 bend and hold, add your 1st string 17 with your pinky, then pick the 2nd string bend 6 more times. On the 2nd string, phrase 28 starts off with a 17th fret pre-bend from the last phrase. Pick, release, and pull off to 15. 1st string 17 bend, vibrato, pick again, 2nd string 17 bend, 17 vibrato, 1st string 17 bend, 17, 14, 17 bend, 17 bend and release, 2nd string 17 bend, 17 with vibrato. Phrase 29 ends the solo on the 1st string 21 with a bend, release and pull to 19, 2nd string 22, bend, 22 bend, then drop down to unison bends, 2nd string 15th fret with the index, bend 3rd string 17 with the ring, drop down 1 fret to 14 bending 16, and gradually release the bend. The song ends with pick scrapes.